All right, I have a small case of Bell's palsy because I had a root canal. So this side is numb and this side is good. So I smile off of one side of my mouth. But welcome to the Breadcrumbs Project. I'm not going to stop what we're doing off of a root canal. We are at a place where there's so much observational science working that the real science that we need to do is before us. So the observational science is all that the White House has done to protect against EMP, and now we have a space force. We have a space force, which is very great and interesting, but nobody made fun. Oh, this is terrible. Nobody made fun of Donald Trump and his space force. I mean, you would think that would be absolute fodder for ridicule. How can we have a space force with a pandemic? But somebody made sure that the Space Force wouldn't be a joke. We have Space Force. We have the EMP protection. We have UFO stories coming out left and right. So there was another story released two days ago, another press release about a bunch of UFO interactions off the Virginia coast, where that a fighter jet locked onto one of these UFOs and wasn't able to maintain it. No dribbling. No. I've got this all in control, but it does look funny and it sounds funny. But the brain's still going. So there is so much circumstantial evidence that points to something weird happening in DC. But then we have this activity with the sun, and I have my own observations, but I have to get more observations from independent people who can say this is my measurement. And so I'm asking people to measure their shadows at noon, and then do a calculation as to what should be the length of your shadow. And also, if you have a place in your county and in your city where they have a summer solstice celebration, what is that summer solstice point, and what is the relationship of the sun right now with that summer solstice? Oh, Tina, the doctor made sure that I told him I had to do a YouTube show, and he didn't quite understand what I was talking about here in Spain. But he made sure that he wouldn't numb my tongue, and this dentist was brilliant for the root canal, brilliant, and it's going to make you mad. But this is going to cost me roughly $150 for this awesome root canal, with two doctors basically doing it, and these are co-doctors in a small practice. So it was like two mechanics going to town, and they were doing their chitter chatter, and it was great. $150, and that's about average. My sister had to pay for hers in the States roughly $1,500, $1,500. So, good stuff. 3 of my teeth snapped in half this month. No dentist either, man. The pain is tremendous. Anyone got any remedies for tooth nerve pain? You got to pull them bad boys. Oh, Spartan. No, there's nothing you can do. There is, yes, there is something you can do. So 600 milligrams of ibuprofen every 6 hours. That's what the doctor had me do last week, and I was like, ibuprofen? I don't need ibuprofen. This is hurting. But I followed the regimen, and ibuprofen takes a little while to build up in your system, a day or two. So you got to be steady at it. 600 milligrams every 6 to 8 hours. In between there, you're safe. In about 2 days, you'll definitely get that pain going away. Oh, Spartan, I'm so sorry, brother. I am so sorry. Hey, Moonbeam, Spartan, ibuprofen, 600 milligrams every 6 to 8 hours, and you'll notice difference. And ibuprofen brings down the swelling and is a very effective painkiller. I've never believed in it. 54 years, and I've become a believer in it as you have to give the dosage applied to what's happening. So here we are. No one made fun of Trump's Space Force. I mean that is just so easy to pick on him about, and they didn't. So somebody in the Pentagon people have told the press people, don't make fun of Space Force. Ask the UFO questions. You know, this is stuff that normally would be fodder for the press, but for some reason it's not fodder for the press. And that's the circumstantial evidence. The physical evidence that we're looking for is has there been movement in the sun? One thing. The second thing is if you have a telescope, please point it to Venus and tell me what you see. Venus is not the Venus that I know. So I was able to look at it before, and I would see a little dot for Venus, and that's great, and that was like, oh, wow, that's Venus, it's beautiful. And now I can take my telescope, and I can go all over Venus. And it has a fissure, like people have been talking about, and it's just ginormous in my telescope. And I take my telescope away, and it's just a big shiny thing. So Venus and the sun are the two things that we can prove or disprove. Moonbeam, UFO crash in Brazil? No. Have not heard anything about that. Yep, gasoline on a paper towel on a tooth is an old is an old remedy for toothaches. And Wayne, yeah, ibuprofen 600 milligrams. Welcome to the club. So telescope to Venus and results, and measuring your shadow at noon and the results. And there are ways you can go into the internet, and there are YouTube ways. They'll tell you how to measure your shadow during any time. It's your location and the time of day and the length of your shadow. Those three things will tell you, will give you your information. So if you have your location and the length of your shadow, it will give you your time of day. If you have your location and the length of your shadow, it will tell you the time. So we need to get the variables in your location, the time, the length of your shadow, and then run the calculations, look up how to calculate that and see what you're getting. Aslam, you are absolutely right. Pain is a motivator. pain is a motivator. You will try anything. People have pulled out their own tooth for a reason. $600 mg of ibuprofen every 6 to 8 hours. And it makes a huge difference, man. Legit. So yeah, over the counter, 3 every 6 hours. Three 200 mg tablets every 6 hours. And it brings down the inflammation and it handles the pain. And look at me right now. I mean, I'm talking funny. But a week ago, I was in a good bit of pain. And I missed one of those dosages. Bam, it came right back to me. So, yes, good work there. And 3 to 4 times a day. So, when you start up, you'll probably want to do the 600 milligrams the first 2 or 3 days, on the 6-hour routine, even waking up at night and taking it. And what you need to do is build it up in your system. It's like THC. The first time you smoke pot, you don't feel anything. The third or fourth or fifth time, then you start to feel it. And that's what they say. That's what they've told me. So I'm just passing on that information secondhand. I do feel like a Bell's palsy patient, but we have a real situation coming up on the 23rd. And that is these two comets intersecting and what's coming from it. So we've had an electrical engineer, we have an electrician, and people that are understanding if this is an electrical event and the size and scope of what's happening, then something's going to come. I need to make something so clear. The EMP is not going to be in a big electrical ball that comes in Star Trek style. An EMP is a radio event. It's nothing we're going to see. It's nothing we're going to experience physically. Electronic devices will experience it. It's a radio event. It's not a physical event. It's not anything that's going to hurt us. It is a very intense radio signal that has the power to disrupt and destroy sensitive electronic equipment. So your 1960s John Deere, even if it's running, it's not going to be affected by this EMP. Your 1960s John Deere is going to start up just as fine as it ever has. But all the vehicles are going to do fine as well. Okay? It's if your vehicle is running during the EMP and it hits, it's just going to suddenly stop. There's not going to be any zzz or lightning or anything that is concerning. It's just going to stop running. It's like you turn the key off and it's just going to coast. So there's not going to be an electrical event at all that we know. Moonbeam. This is a radio event. It's like a radio signal. Does changing the radio in your car affect the plants? No. The radio signals that are from all the radio stations around your area, cell phones, cell towers, the radios from police officers that those don't affect plant life and lifelike. So no, an EMP will not affect anything that's genetically based. Anything that has cells, it won't. The thing that will affect is a small device like this. Poor Hayden. Poor Hayden. Oh, Wayne, you're a vet. What branch? I'm Army. I was U.S. Army. And I was 84 to 86 Air Defense Artillery. What branch of service, and what was your MOS, Wayne? Thank you for your service, by the way. Goes without saying. Ah, dance, biker, dance. Think about that. That Atlas will go into the sun. Okay, you have something that let's say that this is and I'm not picking on you, dance. I'm not picking on you. You know, I just need to add clarification. Okay, all right, Moonbeam, I'll help you out here with this. Okay, imagine something that is 2 kilometers wide. Okay, that roughly 8 kilometers in circumference round. Okay, just being generous. Going into a object that is 400,000 miles wide. Okay, 2 kilometers into something that is 400,000 wide. So if I throw a big rock into the ocean here in front of me, how big of an effect is that going to have on the ocean? I mean, we have to think orders of magnitude here. That's why I really want NASA to start telling the truth, because so much misinformation generates into the system. So no, first of all, there's no way that Atlas will go into the sun, and if it did, it wouldn't have any effect whatsoever. It's an electrical event, but Atlas has too much kinetic energy to go into the sun. So if it is in fact a simple comet, it's going to do its perihelion and go around. The event won't have any impact on the comets. As they pass each other and that Birkeland current gets in between them and they pop, they're just going to keep on going. Yes, Nancy, if the Earth is if the sun is moving further north, it's only because the tilt of the Earth, the axis of the tilt of the Earth is changing. Epic, no. A coronal ejection is simply a spark. A coronal ejection does not even leave the this is NASA. Think about it. The sun is the gravity is so powerful. The sun, the coronal ejections that we see are basically just arcings, because they'll go up and just the power of the gravity of the sun pulls it back in. But not only that, the current, there is no such thing as a coronal ejection by my understandings of an electrical universe. So Atlas and Swan can just go together right into the sun, and they're not going to have any effect. They're a pebble in the ocean. A 2 kilometer object impacting something that is 400, more than 400 miles wide. Okay, that's not the circumference. That is just the that's just the width is 400 million miles. And then these two objects are not going to impact the sun, because remember, the surface of the sun is only 6,000 degrees Kelvin. The corona of the sun is 1,000,000 degrees Kelvin. Please check my math. Look this up. Don't agree with me. Check my math and make sure that this is in fact correct. So the corona of the sun is 1,000,000 degrees Kelvin. Those comets will never reach the surface of the sun. They will burn to find energy before they even reach the corona, and they will be ejected back to us as regular energy, insignificant. Kunuar, yeah. I can't agree with Data's analysis and video, because I don't trust Napa. What I trust is my eyes, and I see Atlas there, and I trust other astrophotographers, and they see Atlas there. So Atlas is there, and Data is not owning that information. He is just passing on what he is getting from different sources. So no, I don't believe that. Atlas has disintegrated one bit. It is just as solid now as it is forever. Why? Because comets are an electrical event. We're never going to see a comet if it's just 2 kilometers in size and ejecting gas and dust particles. I mean, that won't even make it past our atmosphere in sunlight. If you can understand, our atmosphere is very strong, and even at nighttime, there's a lot of light reflected in our atmosphere. So, thank you, Moonbeam. Thank you, Sun. So we're not going to see gas. We're not going to see dust, and we're not going to see ice in space. And these objects are anywhere from 500,000 miles, anywhere from 1,000,000 to 100,000 miles away from us. We're not going to see it, guys. We can't see ice, we can't see dust, and we can't see gas through our atmosphere. What we can see is a big static ball of electricity. And that's what we're seeing, is light generated from a big ball of electricity racing through, because these lumps of gas and dust, go flying through space. Do you want, here. Let's see if I can pull this up. Yep, there. Give me a minute, folks, and let me go into my software. All right. All right, so this is This is a comet. This is a comet. This is what a comet looks like. It is an electrical event as you look at it. Any electrical engineer can look at this and see that the reason that this comet has this thing in the middle is because the two ends have generated an electrical charge. So you have like two magnets pulling apart, but also being held together. So this is what a comet looks like. There's no dust. I mean, it's dust. There's no ice. I'm sorry. It's dust and rock. There's no ice. This is a comet. Why are we buffering? All right, guys. I have to start a new stream. Period. Oh, no, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. All right. This is a asteroid looking thing, but it's actually a comet. It is P67. Sorry for all the mumbles and everything, but I just wasn't sure when I was back up. All right, so this is 67P. This is the comet that we've landed on. And it is just, do you see any ice there? It is rocks and dust. And this is after it has left the perihelion of the sun. This is a comet. So just going to keep this up there and make sure everybody appreciates that this is what a comet looks like. And you know, I have a very deep frustration, because if you look at this, and if this flies into the sun, in the sun, what effect is it going to have? What effect is this going to have hitting the sun? If this gets close to it, it's just going to be destroyed. And this is not even, it's a kilometer and a half at its widest point. So this is Comet 67P. This is what a comet looks like. I hope that helps. So, I don't know. I hope that helps people that say that this is going to hit the sun. Fine. It makes no difference. The sun is an electrical object. The corona of the sun is 1,000,000 degrees Kelvin, people. The surface of the sun has nothing to do, really, with the reflectivity of the sun. The surface of the sun is 6,000 degrees Kelvin. Put that into consideration when we start talking about this. Sorry, something flew into the camera. You know, we have to consider this. It is an interesting dilemma. All right, any questions? I'll give it a moment for questions and considerations. That's the thing, Moonbeam. That's the thing. It's not 5 times the size of Jupiter. The coma, the sun has a corona, and that's the thing, Moonbeam. Oh, sorry. That's the thing. The sun has a corona, and comets have comas, and that's that electrical field. That's that interplay between the surface of the object, the surface of the sun, and its corona, which I think is roughly 10,000 miles off the surface. I don't remember exactly, but the corona of the sun sits 10,000, 20,000 miles off the surface, and that's the white object. That thing that's 5 times the size of Jupiter is the corona, the coma. It's the electrical energy of the comet. And it stands off away from the center of the comet, and the center of the comet is just a kilometer wide. So let this make sense. Make this make sense. The thing that's 5 times the size of Jupiter is what's going to intersect with both comets. So two objects 5 times the size of Jupiter, well, yeah, they're going to interact because these are massive objects. How do we prepare? It's very simple. Make sure you're not driving your vehicle during the event. You know the event is going to happen when a large flash of light occurs that you've never seen before. This is going to cover the entire sky. It's called the Red Dawn in the Bible, basically. And then you're going to hear a loud sound, because when those two comets come apart and that Birkeland current breaks, it's going to be a pow. And then, so you're going to hear a loud sound, and then there's going to be an EMP. An EMP is going to be something you're not even going to see and feel. It's an electromagnetic pulse. It's a giant radio wave, is what it is. It's a giant, massive X-ray. For a great analogy. So if you take an X-ray, you're fine. If your phone takes an X-ray, it's not going to be in good shape. So that's something that you have to consider. All right. So please consider that. Give that great consideration. I have not seen it, but I'm not giving it much consideration. The Greenland trailer, because it doesn't look at the comet as an electrical event. Unless you look at the comet as an electrical event and look at the past as to what's occurred, then you can't appreciate it. The tail of the comet is just the charged particles. There's nothing in that stream. There's nothing in the stream of a tail of a comet. The comet comes ripping through, and it has that coma, and that coma doesn't follow it. It just creates new coma, new static electricity as the comet goes through with its kinetic energy. And the tail of the comet, all that is just excited particles of electrical particles. There's no actual dust or debris or poison in the tail of a comet. Yeah, the science is actually more exciting than the movies. Oh, it's a direct hit event. Yeah, so yeah, that's not going to happen. We are not going to experience a direct hit at all. Moonbeam. It's an EMP. It's a radio event. It's an X-ray, basically, that's coming through, and it's just going to affect sensitive electronic equipment. Probably the most that are going to be impacted are the satellites. Is all right. All right. Um, how do we prepare for this? The most you can do is not the most you can do is just you build a Faraday cage for your sensitive equipment, or yeah, hot socks. I was just moving my internet service over from one to another, so I think that's going to take care of the other problem as well. How do we prepare for this? Just you can, if you have a laptop, an iPad, and iPhones, you just put them in your microwave, disconnect your microwave, and put them in there. If you have sensitive objects like a desktop, take a cardboard box, put aluminum foil all the way around it, and then put the computer inside of that box. If you're driving to work when this happens, your phone is basically going to be fine because you and the car are a Faraday cage. But chances are your car might get affected and stop running. So there's a great problem of cars being affected by this if they're running. If a car is not running, then it won't be affected by it. We won't be surprised by it, Cindy, because you're going to see a great light and then you're going to hear a great sound. So if you see a great flash of red across the skies and then hear a great screaming sound, pull over to the side of the road, give it about 10 or 15 minutes, turn your car off, give it 10, 15, 20 minutes, and prayer. Wayne, I cannot tell you how important just the basic process of prayer is for what's happening. And not a quick prayer, please God, please take care of me, but quiet, deep, introspective prayer. God, please give me the wisdom and understanding of what's happening. If nothing's happening and this breadcrumbs project guy with the funny lips is crazy, okay, but if he may be right and this is the fifth age coming upon us, what can I do? And I think calm will come over you. And really, Kunwar, yeah, when you go to bed at night, turn off your router, put it in the microwave, or put it in some kind of protective box with maybe aluminum foil around it. That's not a bad idea, and I was going to mention that too. I'm going to put my cell phone, my router, my iPad, and my laptop in my homemade Faraday cage, which is aluminum foil, cardboard box, another aluminum foil, and some more, and then inside a cardboard box, and that's just ready. And when I'm asleep at night, that's where they're going to go around the 21st and 22nd, along with my router. Why? Because eventually the grids will be built. They'll be built back up. The cabling won't be affected by it. most of the electrical grid systems are not going to be affected by it. It's just the stuff that has uh, integrated circuit chips and integrated circuit boards that are not properly protected that will get bumped. Yeah, Wayne. Yep. Military grade. And look, guys, don't go crazy over preparing. You don't have to become super prepper in this. 2 weeks, 2 weeks of supplies at home is always a good idea, regardless. If you're from Louisiana and you've been through hurricanes, you already know this. Will the government alert us? Yes, the government will alert us because the government is aware of what is occurring. So, yes, the government will definitely alert us as to what's happening. The timing has to be right. That's all. It has to be 24 hours or 48 hours within the event. Hi, Kelly. Welcome, everybody. Hi, everybody. I don't want to scare y'all, and I think everybody that's a regular in these lives know that the first things first is saying that this is a controlled event, controlled by somebody that's much more powerful than anybody on this planet. So if they wanted to do us great harm, and if they were Antichrist, they would be beaming down to the planet and having a great time, but they're not. They are preparing for this, and it's stagecraft. It's stagecraft of the highest order. This is, I mean, if you can just remember a Pink Floyd concert from the 70s when they just had all their stagecraft and get everything going, that's what's happening. And Homebrewed's in the house. Hey, Homebrewed, glad you can make it. Fia de Flores, you asked this question already. Several comments ago. Yes, several lives ago. Absolutely, the government is going to prepare us for this. 100%. The government is going to prepare us for this. Yeah, it's great to have you, Homebrewed. You've given us some great information, and so thank you so much. Yeah, there's fun. It's funny that the SpaceX launched an Atlas rocket, and you would think that SpaceX would avoid that because we do have the Atlas rockets. So how that name has been recycled, it's questionable. Oh, leave Bill Gates alone. He has great intentions. He just tries to do good. Whenever you try to do good on a great scale, everything goes wrong. All right, Floria. Yeah, and I got your emails, and as I told you, I didn't see those videos that you've seen, but I've seen and that you sent me, which great information is that there are so much video footage of the weirdness of Venus and the weirdness of the sun and the objects that are sun powerful but are not where the sun is supposed to be. And so I'm asking everybody again, please measure your shadow at high noon wherever you are. Yeah, please unfollow me. I'm a network engineer. I've been following Bill Gates all my life. He gave me a career. I have no idea what I'm talking about. Cool, Ryan. Obviously, you don't know me, and I don't know you, so please unfollow me. Please, please, please. He sterilized women, so Bill Gates went and sterilized women in Africa. Come on, guys. Put some common sense to what the guy is. He's a billionaire. He's trying to do. He believes in climate change. He's trying to control the population in Africa so they don't have mass population and starvation. So, look, I'm not going to go on a Bill Gates tirade here because what's happening is bigger than Bill Gates. If you want to unfollow and if you want to leave the thread, that's fine. My feelings are not hurt. Good Lord. I'm not going to get, we're getting into a discussion about Bill Gates, but I'm letting it go. So we have plenty of indications that what is happening in space is being filmed all over the world. The federal government has acknowledged that UFOs are real, and we all see that Venus is not the better Venus that we all have known. It's not that little dot anymore. It's a shining diamond thing. So I'm asking everybody that is part of the Breadcrumbs Project to be researchers and investigators. If you have a telescope, please take a look at Venus and report on what you see. If you please can measure your shadow at noon, and then look up on a YouTube video to do the calculation of your location and your time, that will tell you how long your shadows should be. My calculations are my own, and they could very well be wrong because I've gotten time zones wrong. That's why this researcher needs independent corroboration of the two things that we can prove. Yeah, no. Your pictures are among many that have the similar same experience. So, guys, this is an event that I'm talking is going to happen in 5 days. So I can't worry about Bill Gates. I can't worry about Lucifer. I can't worry about all that childish stuff, guys. There's just no time. We can, if nothing happens on the 23rd, then you can fill the thread with Lucifer, Bill Gates, and all the antichrists you want. But really, we have to focus on what is coming. And we have so many indications, so many tripwires tripping, that's what we have to focus in on. Okay, Homebrewed, you check your sunrise locations from day to day, but what do you measure it against? How do you verify where that sun is? What do you mean no calculations required? Do you know that's the same place that the sun rose and set last year? Homebrewed, we have to have calculations. Hi, Abdul. Doing wonderful. Welcome, Abdul May. Welcome to the thread and the conversation. Thomas, that's what everybody's saying. They've had the sunrise sunset basically their whole. No, Homebrewed, the compasses are not working. Our compasses are 15 degrees off. I have a actually 4 to 5 degrees off. I have a megalithic structure that has been pointing north since I've lived here in Mushia, and everybody has been commenting, especially in this thread, that that magnetic north has moved. And I've been like, all right, maybe I have something to test against. Magnetic north has moved. I have a megalithic structure that is pointing physically north, and it has moved. So what good is the compass? And we have magnetic drift. We have magnetic drift going on. And for the last, month, they've been saying that the magnetic drift has increased at an incredibly exponential rate. So what good is your compass and your location of the sun, when both of those qualifiers have no bearing. The only thing that we can trust right now is some place that has a solstice location. We have breadcrumbers on the Salisbury Plain, very close to homebrewed. You're being difficult now. You're not even listening to what I'm saying. So fine. We have YouTubers, not YouTubers. We have breadcrumbers that are close to Salisbury Plain. They're trying to get to Stonehenge to be able to take an actual reading off of a known solstice location to verify if I'm right or wrong. And Philly the Floors, that's two things that I'm asking all breadcrumbers to do. First of all, measure. Yeah, you can do this, homebrew. You can do this. You can measure your shadow, and then you can go into the calculation tables on the internet to see where your location is and verify that your shadow matches what the calculation says that your shadow length should be at that time of date in your location. Okay? So shadow and Venus. So Sun and Venus are the two things that I am focusing on. Thank you, Melissa. I will absolutely try to stick to the topic. Venus, if you have a telescope or if you have a friend with a telescope, please have him take a look at it. We all know that Venus does not look right. So when I look at Venus with my telescope, I used to see a little dot of a star, and that was neat. But now it just fills my entire telescope, so much so that I can move around and look around what is supposed to be Venus. That is not normal. I did my noonday shadow today, and my noonday shadow was 1.5 meters long, roughly 9 feet long. I'm not supposed to have a 9 foot long in the Iberian Peninsula at noon. So, you know, it is these are the two things that I really need help on, and that is for breadcrumbers to look at Venus and give me their results, and for them to do a shadow measurement at noon of their shadow and see that they can do the calculation. The sun doesn't move, people. The sun is the sun. It's moving. We move. The sun doesn't move. The sun is a massive object that is 400,000 miles in circumference, and it doesn't move. It doesn't move 40 degrees. It doesn't do anything. It travels on its journey with its kinetic energy. We move around it, and our degrees change, but the sun does not change in degrees. So if our shadow is longer, if we are 4 to 15 degrees off of our axis, then that means that the planet has moved. And that's what I'm trying to prove with this. All of you are in different locations around the world. And if you can give me a good reading on your shadow at noon and do the calculations, and B, if you can take a look at Venus and give me your observations, then I have something I can take to the press to get some attention and to clang some bells. But if I just say this is what I've seen, well, then you're ridiculous. You know, no one's going to take your attention. But if I have two people in England that give me the same observations and are willing to testify to it, if I have two people in the States that can give me the same supporting material, the same supporting data, then we have something to work with. I saw a video on about human ascension. The woman said they have 30,000 American troops traveling the world, arresting the cabal, and will call it a 3-day blackout. Sounds good to me. All right, homebrew, that's what I'm talking about. The zodiacs have shifted. There we go. Guys, that's real deal. So yeah, I need some supporting material from you guys if you can absolutely do that. That would be huge. We've already made the point of what a comet looks like. This is what a comet looks like. It's not made of ice. It is this. This is a comet. It's not made of ice. It's made of dust and rock. There's no H there. There's no 2O there. And yet they're telling us that it's not. That it's made of yeah. Azida, I saw a comet, green little dot right where it's supposed to be every day. There's a green little dot every night where comet Atlas is supposed to be, is doing its thing. This is comet 67P. It is a comet that the European Space Agency landed on, and all of their testing said it's made of rock and dust, mostly dust, but some rock. Yeah, it looks like a ham bone. And that's an electrical effect because those two ends are supercharged. The comet becomes supercharged when it's going through the sun's electrical energy, and so it kind of pulls itself apart. It's two magnets that have attraction and repelling. This is a comet. This is exactly what Atlas looks like. This is exactly what Swan looks like, unless there's something else. Yeah, good point. Moonbeam on the sun. We have many sun gazers who participated in our comment threads, and they can't even look at the sun right now because it is so white and harsh. That is not normal. What took this photo of the comet, Apollo? It is the Rosetta project from the European Union in 2016 or 2014, either 2014. Let me look that up real quick. They went to this comet, which is 67P, and they were able to orbit it while it was still traveling at its high rate of speed. They were able to orbit it, and they put a lander on it as well. And I have several videos talking about comets not being not being there we go. Rosetta Space Agency. European Space Agency, Rosetta. Yeah, it arrived to the comet in 2000, August 6, 2014. It took 10 years. It launched in 2004, and it took 10 years for Rosetta to get to Comet 67P, which is what you see. And then it did all kind of science, imaging, and video, and just took great pictures of Rosetta. And then they had a lander called Phileas, who actually Philae, who landed on this comet and took a bunch of science from it, and they didn't find any ice water. So I hope that helps a little bit in understanding. This is a comet. So this is what Atlas looks like. This is what Swarm looks like. If this hits the sun, it's not gonna phase it. It's just not gonna have any impact on it whatsoever. All right. So we're just trying to get our information together to help everybody that we can. If we do have good info that the if we have good info that you know, for people to look at their shadows and start to notice that something's going on, great. And if we can just get some good science on Venus, that will help too. Oh yeah, if you talk to most people about it, they think you're crazy. Thomas, yeah, you can talk absolutely candidly all you want. No one knows us. I'm the only one that has a face here, so you can say whatever you want. No one's gonna pick on you. I will maybe, but it's always meant in good character building way. All right, just reading what's going on in the thread. Well, yeah, they got us keep us confused. Homebrew, this is the point that I make again and again and again. The U.S. government has told us since September of last year, September 2019, that UFOs are real. And what has the public done with it? Finally, government has come out and said UFOs are real. And the government doesn't, the people don't care. Mom, dad, everybody has a thing, people in the gun. No one cares. So what if the truth comes out? Who's going to care? And I've taken the conversation back to Adam and Eve, Cain and Abel, that we are supposed to be a warring people. We're supposed to be a people that is having communication issues because of Tower of Babel. It's all part of our programming. Yes, we've been conditioned not to care. I mean, and it's not and I've been in government. I've been in state, local, federal government. I have been in a federal department. I have been in the military. And it's not that it's a coordinated effort not to care. It's just that's how society has just been moving and going and getting and going. You got Bigfoot, you got Loch Ness Monster, you got UFOs. I mean, that's all part of the conditioning, you know. All you really can believe in is what you have in your own area and what you can prove. Moonbeam, you're correct. I've had 70% of the people fundamentally say, "I just don't know. I don't want to know, Charles. I don't want to know. I don't. I've got enough with what I got going on in my life. I don't want to know. I don't want to deal with UFOs. I don't want to deal with the Anunnaki. Don't want to deal with Nibiru. If it happens, great. If it doesn't happen, great." Homebrewed, you're right. The largest sign in the sky, and no one knows, and no one cares. So today's the 18th, and if something's going to happen, it's going to happen. I'm thinking by the 23rd, and by the end of the month, if nothing happens, yay. If something happens, at least we're prepared. Hi, Jacqueline. Hey guys, I'm sorry about all the technical troubles. I think we've got everything going now. Buffering seems to be at a minimum, and everything's looking good. Any questions? Yeah, the ambivalence of humanity. Man, you know, I don't know. If everything's going good, why bother? All right, guys. I'm going to take a break here. I got to fix the shading for the sun because the sun isn't where it's supposed to be. So I've got to move my curtains and what have you. So I'm going to take a good 6-minute break here. Leave the chat up, and I'll check in the chat as well while I'm taking my break, and we'll talk to you directly in a little bit. All right. All right, we are back up, and yeah, we're live. Doreen, I'm here. Just had to take a break, and just see what we're talking about today is trying to get some proof, some physical proof of our observations, which is see if we can get some people to look at Venus through telescopes, and if we can get some people to measure their shadow at noon and do the calculation as to what the degrees are of your shadow versus time and your location. Oh, the interlude music is still playing? God, I gotta fire my, boy, it is. Sorry about that. I'm going to fire my producer right after this show and talk to the director. I apologize for that. Thank you for that. A little more practice to do and a little more work to do with the live streaming, but getting all the bugs out. At least it's not buffering anymore, and work through that issue. So I just really want to get some independent proof of these two observations that we can actually get some science out of. We have a lot of observational science. The EMP orders, Space Force. Again, that the media is not picking on Donald Trump relentlessly about Space Force, that they are not mocking him for it. How in the world could he even talk about his Space Force during this great pandemic? Oh yeah, wine tonight. Yeah, no, there's wine tonight. Yeah. Why would you think there's no wine? Good Lord, Epic. Do you not know me now? Yeah, the moon's going to be some very great observational science. That's the difference. We have observational science. We can make some observations, and then there's research science where we can actually take some measurements. And so I know I'm harping on it, but I really want to get some positive feedback from some folks that can give us some metrics to work with. So shadows at noon, and even a cheap telescope, $100 telescope, looking at Venus will tell us a lot. Yeah. Oh, Space Force launched a secret missile. Is that Atlas? Is that SpaceX Atlas? Oh yeah, no. These are Spanish doctors that I work with over here, and you're in Great Britain, and of course, you know, your doctor's going to talk to you about the pint, if there is if there's something that, you know, because they know that a pint or something is involved in the evening. So I wasn't cautioned about wine, and I had a glass before I actually went to the root canal. Everybody, my mouth is kind of funny. I had a root canal done 4 hours ago. 4 hours ago they started. They did a great job. It was a 45-minute process, and couldn't be more pleased. Could not be more pleased. Yeah, Atlas, and it's a funny name. You know, why would SpaceX dare use a name like Atlas? Because there's the Atlas rocket, the Atlas booster. You know, that has a long NASA history. To recycle a name like that, of course, draws interesting. Yes, the wine is going to be fine. Yeah, somehow I phase out that no alcohol part. Let's see, what's Kelly doing right? No, yeah, I mean, there's as everybody's experienced in our lives, there's no such thing as coincidences. I mean, you say it all the time. Wow, what a coincidence! Or there's no such thing as coincidences. You know, the journey of life is the journey of the soul. It's not the journey of the body. Um, it's the journey of the soul. So somebody created the soul. Somebody besides our parents engineered our bodies. So this is all part of the Uh, do you have tequila rose over here? No, Epic. I keep mine at the wine level, my friend. I keep mine. I don't go past the wine level. Apollo, the SpaceX organization, which correct me if I'm wrong, that's Tesla's rocket. Elon Musk. Elon Musk is the chairman of Tesla Motors and also of SpaceX, and they've for lack of a better word, suddenly launched a rocket called Atlas, and we don't really know what the science behind it is. Hey, Richard. Good morning. Good morning to you. Good evening for me. Um, yeah, there's a lot of debate about the root canal, and my tooth seemed pretty healthy. So, Doreen, you're right. Elon Musk does not seem very healthy or very human. Um, Yeah, Falcon 9 are most of the missions that go up with Apollo, but this one put up is, usually it's a Falcon 9 Heavy that goes up because it has a payload. But this mission is called Atlas. Oh, epic! Yeah, all right. Um, yes, I've had many occasions like that with many alcohols because I lived in New Orleans. Uh, Part of my youth and my adulthood was in and around the New Orleans area. So yes, I have there, I've had, there's something that we have in New Orleans called a hurricane drink. And a bar called Pat O'Brien's is world famous for the hurricanes. And it's so sweet and it's so good. And you just drink it like it's water, like it's just like a juice punch. And probably about 30 minutes later, like you said, boom, it hits you. Your world just starts spinning, spinning, spinning. Yeah, Musk is an interesting person. Atlas Five. That's what we're talking about. That's the point that I'm making. Apollo, the Atlas program, Atlas Five, Atlas boosters, Atlas rockets are a Lockheed Boeing um, program, but SpaceX has launched. It's already launched, I believe, a Atlas a rocket that they've named and called Atlas, and so they would be aware of a confusion if this was a normal program. So this is why it's raised a lot of eyebrows, and not the kind of eyebrows that you'd want to raise. So you don't want to confuse you don't want to confuse programs. Grand Mac from Metairie, Georgia. I used to live in Ackworth, Georgia for many years, and there's a very wonderful home in Metairie. Metairie. I'm sorry, I'm thinking Marietta, Georgia. Metairie. I'm sorry. I had a brain bump there. You go Metairie. Where you at? Yeah, you with your family and them? Yeah, I'm sorry, man. I had Marietta. I used to live in Marietta for many years, and Metairie and Marietta always do that to me. I see the MET and I don't finish the word. So yeah, Metairie. I know Metairie well. I know Metairie well. I know about you about them boys down in the parish. Well, down in the parish, that's oh, that's not doesn't even exist anymore. But I know. Oh, you're in Kentwood. Well, that's North Shore. You're in Tangelo Parish in Kentwood, which is old stomping grounds. Lived in Hammond, Louisiana for 12 years. Proud Southeastern graduate. Having a private conversation here, guys. Sorry about that. Yeah, you know, when you start dropping nukes in Mars, problems happen. You know, it's one of those things that happens in history. You find something that's out of the ordinary and it gets buried. Kunmar, we were talking at length about the proof of nuclear warfare in India. Ah, Hammond rocks. Thank you, Grand Mac. If you get a chance, go by Brady's, have a beer there, then stop by Mariners Inn, say hi to Bruce, have a beer there, then go to the Crescent, have a beer there, then go down to Benny's, have a beer there, and then finish up at the Brown Door. Yeah, Brady's on Railroad. One of my favorite places in the whole wide world. I spent many dollars there, many nights. So yeah, we have so many mysteries that we bury, and then we have science that is right before us that we bury, and you know I can't keep harping on it that please go look up anything right now on an asteroid, and they will tell you that it's made of ice and dust. And this is what an asteroid looks like. And if that looks like ice and dust to you, please let me know, because it does not look like ice and dust to me. What does that look like to you? That's a comment. Yeah, Burgers and Mariners Inn are the best. They are the best. Oh, yes. Everything that Mariners has, everything that Bruce produces out of that kitchen has always been exquisite. But the ambiance at Mariners Inn is great too. I mean, Grand Mac, it's just a great place. So this is a comet. If anybody goes to JPL right now, if anybody goes to NASA, if anybody reads anything about comets, they're going to tell you that a comet is a chunk of ice. Does this look like ice to you? Well, Thomas, that's the thing. You know, if they try to tell you, everything is so set in everybody's mind that if they try to tell you the truth, it just ends up in an argument. I mean, you give people photographic proof. We give America the most basic photographic proof that there are UFOs and nobody cares. I tell everybody, look, this is a comet, and nobody cares. Yeah, but they're made of ice, Charles. No, do you see any ice? No. Nobody really functionally cares. And I don't mean that in a terrible and mean way. I just mean people have to live their lives. They are busy. So, you know, like Moonbeam was telling us, they don't want to know. But then there are those of us who want to be prepared for what may come. So we do some due diligence. We prepare as best we can. You know, we're talking about Graham Hancock the other night. How much shit has Graham Hancock received throughout all his independent research career since he started with what was it, the seal and the sign, which was his search for the ark. You know, what he found on that journey is astounding. The Christian church, the Catholic church, the Jewish institutions should have their mouths open, but nobody cares. Nobody gives a flip. Scrolling through. So, you know, all the institutions just do what they have to do their job. If NASA and JPL really cared about their science, about what they're doing, then they would correct these errors. There'd be need to correct these errors. But nobody cares, and they can do what they're doing, which is another mission, I guess, entirely, because they're not doing the real science. And you do all the gotchas and the ships taking off and all these things, and the real science gets lost. If you want to look something up, there's something called the reproducibility crisis in science, and there are at least 200 YouTube videos on this phenomenon, which is everything that we take as sacrosanct in society now, which I call the Mandela effect, which is saccharin causes cancer, this causes cancer, that causes cancer, everything causes cancer. And we found out that nothing causes cancer, because cancer is when cells lose a certain portion of their code that tells them not to stop duplicating, replicating. And so cells just don't die off when they're supposed to die off. They keep producing, they produce tumors, and they suck the energy out of your body, create massive pain, and ultimately it causes your end. Nothing causes cancer. It's just defectiveness in our own code. So, you know, science is no longer about putting forth a theory and verifying whether that theory leads to a law. Laws. If 90% of scientists believe in global warming, or, you know, the new term climate science or climate change, then it would be the law of climate change. It would be the law of global warming. But science has become a feel-good thing. Science has become strictly the art of making somebody sound smart and making the listener feel good. Science in the 80s and 90s and then 2000s, and I remember when it happened. I mean, I watched it happen, because a lot of my initial science teachers were scientists. And there were theories, there were postulates, and there were laws. And if you had a good theory that could be reproduced, and your conclusion was the reproducible science, boom, you got a law. Bam, Gina, you're set. But somehow in science that stopped. And somehow it became a matter of consensus. Well, consensus isn't science. Consensus means a bunch of scientists agree. All right? that means a bunch of scientists also disagree, which is the way it's supposed to be. Scientists are supposed to agree, and scientists are supposed to disagree. The scientists then perform science, and then that science results in a series of tests. And those series of tests, if fellow scientists can reproduce the science of this guy and everybody comes out to the same conclusion, then it's a law. It's not a consensus. But science now is a means of making scientists feel good and advancing their careers, and then making anybody who wants to read it sounds like it sounds good. The average citizen isn't going to run a bunch of tests to verify it, but scientists should take the responsibility of being able to do reproducible science, and that stopped. So the crisis now in science is that a minimum, they don't know really how many papers that have advanced and have become part of the academic dogma and what is being taught in the classroom, but at a minimum 70% of the papers that have been produced in the last 30 years have irreproducible science. That means that the steps that the scientists took to end up in their conclusions cannot be reproduced by other scientists. This is in psychiatry. This is in chemistry. This is in earth sciences. This is in nuclear science doesn't have this problem. Nuclear science, physicists have this problem. The physics have this problem. So 70% of the science that has been advanced in the last 30 years has a problem of not being able to be reproduced. All of this has not become laws. I can't think of a new law that scientists have been able to generate, which is worrying. Now, there's a lot of science that engineers are able to incorporate into the work that they do, and every time they have a problem with the science, they can go back to the scientists and say, fix this so that it works. And the scientist is like, oh, okay, but the engineer has found stuff that works and then tells the scientist to fix it. But a lot of stuff that's coming out of science right now is not reproducible. It's feel-good science. So that's why I doubt what NASA tells us. That's why I doubt what JPL tells us. That's why I'm really upset that we have telescopes trained on Atlas and Swan, and we're getting zero science back from those guys. There's a reason for that. They're hiding it for a reason, Thomas, but I don't, they're not hiding it for a sinister reason. Epic, you're RH negative? Epic, where are your parents from? I don't mean to get, there's a small subset of human beings that have RH negative, and a vast majority of them are Basque, but also they're Celtic. And we talked about that you and I probably down the ways have some shared parentage. Yeah, wow. All right, Epic, are we going to disagree on chemtrails? Are we going to disagree on chemtrails? Apollo, There are 3 pictures in 2 months of one comet from Hubble, the greatest telescope ever put in space, has taken 3 pictures. Now, I know and you came out with part Irish, French, and English. You came out with RH negative. That is so interesting, Epic. My view on chemtrails. It comes from good science. My view on chemtrails comes from good science. So, first of all, for all these jets to be going across the world with people, with gasoline, and to be able to leave a big white line in the skies like that, they'd have to carry a whole extra set of chemicals. And the one thing that airplanes have to save on is weight. So they can carry chemtrails, gasoline, and people. They can't carry all 3. They can't carry the chemtrails, they can't carry gasoline, and they can't carry people and baggage. So that's my one problem with them. The second is understanding the science of how a jet works. A jet isn't a rocket which you light it up and it goes. No, a jet is part propeller engine. 80% of what a jet does is what a propeller engine does. So there are thousands of small blades in an engine, and all of those blades are sucking air in, so they're causing their own bit of forward thrust, okay? So big jet engine, a lot of turbine blades, so it's creating its own amount of thrust there. Now, what it does is it takes all that air that's pulling in the front of the cowl and focusing it down into the jet blade mechanisms that are super compressing all of that air. So as those multiple tiny blades are also doing their own bit of thrust, they're super compressing and just mixing up all of this air into the jet chamber, the combustion chamber, and then kerosene lights that compressed air, and then you get a controlled explosion out of the back that takes that turbine bit and gives it 10 to 12 times as much propulsion. So it's the process of taking air in, compressing it, and then shooting it out. Now, when you are at atmosphere, here at our atmosphere, you really just see the wavy bits that happen. But then when you are in the upper atmosphere, in the thinner atmospheres, then you're creating clouds. That compressed air comes out basically as a vapor mist. So you're creating clouds in the upper atmosphere that's tiny little things because it's coming out as air, but that air is so thin up there that the exhaust that is a jet engine, and the exhaust from a jet engine really is just is air, but it's coming out in a different atmosphere in a different temperature, so it's coming out as a water mist. There you go. That is why contrails happen. It is not anything at all sinister. Our governments are really, 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 really bad at doing sinister things. It's hard to keep a secret in government, especially in the U.S. government. Now, if you're in secret ops, if you're in one of the 7 spy agencies, it's pretty easy to keep a secret in that sense. But it's not easy in Washington, D.C., because you're going to say things in conversations. So a reason that Area 51 is in Area 51, it's away from D.C. and all that conversation pro BIs. Oh, cool. Epic. The cloud that forms behind is just the mist of um, it's just the mist of the water vapor that's exhaust. I mean, you see it out of cars. Cars drip water vapor. A lot of what is a part of the exhaust of a car is the air that it takes in, does the combustion, and comes out. So you have water as part of just your regular motor vehicle, not diesel, but definitely gasoline. So what happens with the contrails? It just takes in all that thin atmosphere, and then it leaves back behind clouds and water mist that dissipates over time. And it doesn't dissipate much because in that upper atmosphere there isn't a lot of air turbulation. There's no air currents. If you do hit an air current, it's called turbulence. So that's why jets in that 30,000 range, they can just fly nice. They don't have to worry about air and going different direction unless there's something that's lifted up from our atmosphere, and then that's called turbulence. You know, we play more psychology on ourselves than they do. Do you realize that, guys? We we play our own psychology. Our biases is what we run everything through. Most of us are predictable. So, we play our own psychology. Again, the US government, the federal government of the United States of America, the Pentagon, the old crotchety people of ha 7-Eleven, 9/11 was a part 7-Eleven was a part-time job. I will tell you that. I worked at 7-Eleven for 5 years and it was a great part-time job. I will admit it. I had the best time of 7-Eleven. Yes, I will admit it. No, Epic, leave them alone. 7-Eleven was a part-time job and it was great. Emperor is playing a joke and I appreciate it. It was absolutely great. Well done. That's good trolling right there. That's good trolling. Well trolled. No feelings hurt and sent a clear message. Yeah, 7-Eleven is a convenience store, like a gas market in England, where you stop and get your petrol. That's basically a 7-Eleven. And I used to work at a 7-Eleven, and it was a great job. Because it was in the 70s. It was in the 80s, in the early 80s, 81 and 82. Uh, you could, man. You get the Chili Max, and you get a big gulp. You get a few Chili Max, big gulp, and you're set. You know, and if it's a weekend, you get some Vienna sausage. Go crazy. But I mean, for me, I was a teenager, and I was able to drink as much Coca-Cola as I could from the fountain. I mean, that was nirvana. Oh, Doreen, no wonder you got so much peanut butter and jelly. You're gonna be all right through all this. All right, allotment left. Buy allotment. All right, guys. Any questions? We have plenty of observations. Everybody's got homework to do. If you do it, please drop me a line at thebreadcrumbsproject.com. I think everybody knows what's up. I think everybody in this group knows what's going on. So I'll leave the conversation thread open for a little while. Right now, I'll open it up to questions. Anything that you're doubting. Everybody's well informed here. I think we're all pretty down with what's happening. I will be doing one live early in the day, and then I will be doing the 1 p.m. streams. Hey, Inu Dog and Puppy. All right. I'm kind of winding things up in my end of the conversation for a little while, but the comment thread will keep going. And of course, I'm going to be popping in and out. And all I'm going to do is I'm going to cook dinner. I'm going to cook dinner, and why don't we do wine 30 now? Who's up for opening a bottle of wine? Anyone? Wine 30? All right. Wine 30 it is. And while we do wine 30, I want you to look at this comet and enjoy the presence of a comet. Let me go get a bottle of wine, and I'll be right back. All right, I am back. And the bottle of wine we're looking at tonight, I'm getting rid of that white light, that bright sunlight. The bottle that we are looking at tonight is something that is readily available around the world at most supermarkets. This is Campo Viejo. Campo Viejo. And it means the old camp. It is a Rioja wine, as you can see. And also the bottle, wrong way. The bottle has a number. And so if I want to get any information on when this bottle, this was bottled exactly, and what the conditions were of the place where the grapes were pulled, was it the High Rioja, the Low Rioja? All of that can be explained to me just by calling the vineyard, talking to the PR department, giving the bottle number, and getting the information. So this is a cosecha. So this is a Tempranillo grape. The Tempranillo grape is this is short for temprano. It means early, and it's an early grape. It's a small grape. So it comes into season and is ready for picking and making it into wine earlier than any other grape around. It's a very dark, black grape. It's very hearty and very rich, and it's a wonderful wine. And it grows in it's pretty hardy where it grows, but the mineralization that is the Rioja, which is a part of Spain that is the wine growing region, which is the premier wine growing region, which is the Basque region, the minerals there are so superb that they make amazing wines. Campo Viejo is a very well-known winery there. It fell on some, I don't want to say some hard times, but the owners really lost interest in the vineyard, and the quality went down for many years. And then a new group of investors came in, and I'm starting to take the cap off the wine. A group of investors came in and took over the label, invested with it, brought a lot of pride into the vineyard again and into the bodega, and they've really been producing some great wines. It's just that after a while, families they don't lose interest. It's just that you hand something down again and again and again, and it gets dispersed between so many family members, and you have, 50 or 100 family members that own a winery. Who manages it? Who determines what the quality is? A group of investors are going to say bottom line tells you what the quality is. If people like the product, they're buying it. There's demand for it. Let's make sure they're buying ours. So go ahead and pull the cork on it. And I'm right in the center of that bad boy with this thing. And this is, kind of looks like one of those UFOs, to be honest with you. Again, the federal government has admitted, the U.S. federal government has admitted that they are UFOs, and nobody cares. All right. Since this is a relatively inexpensive Campo Viejo, it is their lower of the line budget model. It has a good bottle. So like the other bottle that I showed y'all the other night, 2 nights ago, that had a flat bottom, this has that curved bottom that allows for the side sedimentation to occur, to just give you a better, they get that sedimentation in your mouth, but they don't really have that anymore because of the filtration. But still, the bottom is curved, so they've put some money and effort into a rounded bottom. But I'm pointing this out because the cork is not cork. It's one of those plasticky corks. Oh, no, I'll take that back. Second look. No, this is actually a cork because it has a little bit here, but the quality of this cork is excellent. It felt and looked like one of those plasticky corks, but it's not. It's a real cork. Way to go, Campo Viejo. All right. So, enough talk. Nice little pour. Now, I drink my wine at home the way the Romans did, because I live in an area, as do most of my Great Britain people, that was occupied by the Romans. And one of the good things that Romans did was make sure that all of the provinces had plenty of wine. So let's see how this Campo Viejo is. This is not the final toast. I just have to go cook some dinner, people. And as you can tell, my mouth, the drugs are wearing off. So I'm actually in a position where I can eat and chew. Oh, my Lord. Jesus, Lord, have mercy. Thank you, God, for letting me live in Spain. That is such good wine. Oh, that is such good wine. Ho, ho, ho. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Wish you were here. Man, I mean, this vineyard has come back. This bodega has come back on fire, storming. It is. I mean, this is, like I say, a young bottle, and it is 2000 and 2017. So yeah, I mean, they're so cool. They even give you their location by map, their map coordinates. I mean, I'd put this up against any Napa Valley wine and most French wines. I mean, it's, you know, you get into the Bordeaux region and some pretty excellent stuff there, but this is good. All right, guys, on the menu for this evening is filet mignon. The meat is here from the region and from the Galician region, and so it's good stuff. All right, let's see. Bye, Kelly. Going through the comment thread, see if I catch up on anything. Fruit booze, orange peel wine. Any dog? Yeah, I've had some good stuff. I've had some nice homemade wines. Let's see. All right, so I haven't missed much in the comment thread. Ron, your question about can we or the ETs affect these events? No. No, no, no. These the beings that are putting this event together are creators. They created this planet, they created us, and they are far, far, far superior to the ETs. The ETs are they're just doing research and curious about us. All right, Hot Socks, take care. And no, we can't do anything about these events, nor would we want to. This is not a bad thing that's happening. It's not a bad thing at all. So you wouldn't want, venison. Ah, beautiful piece of deer. The roast too. Yum. You're gonna have wonderful, Absolutely. So no, we don't want to do anything, Ron, to stop this. This is great. I mean, going into the age of Aquarius, the golden age. We're going into the fifth age, the Hopi fifth age, which is again to them and to all of what they've put forth is the great age. The Judeo-Christian faith, when Christ comes back, when the Messiah comes back, when God returns back to the planet, it's going to be a great time. The dead shall rise again. They'll all be judged, and it'll be harmony and peace on earth. All of the great religions talk about this event. So no, we don't want to do anything. And yes, we are absolutely powerless to do anything. The Breadcrumbs Project has put forward a postulation that the Earth has been the axis of the Earth has been moved, and that the magnetic poles have been moved by these people. So if they can do that, yeah, bro, this is your time to shine. If they can do that, I mean, if somebody can move a planet, well, who are we? Why do we want to start a pissing contest with them? So, yeah, we're good. Oh, we're all going to be together on this thing. And not only that, but all of our ancestors are on the other side of this thing too. So they're all coming back here our mothers and fathers that we've lost, and our grandmothers and grandparents and aunts and uncles, and we get to meet their mothers and fathers and all of them. All right, guys. Any questions before I start cooking some dinner? I'm going to keep the comment thread alive. Oh, my hair is a wreck. Sorry. Yeah, I still have COVID hair. So I'm waiting for everybody in the village to go to the barbers and to get their hairs done here before I get mine done. It was funny. We since I'm in Spain and we did pay attention. We did our good lockdown. Um, we all know what our hair color is now. So, why? Thank you for pointing that out. But right now, what we have before us is bigger than Bill Gates. It's bigger than Freemasons. It's much bigger than those arguments, which are wonderful arguments to have, and I enjoy them. But what we're talking about, what we're dealing with now, is our planet being rotated, extraplanetary events. So, look, why? I have had some of my dearest friends in Hammond, Louisiana, which I don't know if my man from Metairie is there, who are Freemasons, and I've had dear and wonderful friends that I treasure and adore, and they had nothing to say but wonderful things about Freemasonry. And I'm sorry, every Freemason I've met has been a stellar pillar of society, and everything I've studied about Freemasons is just what it is, Freemasonry. So, if you want to get into that thing, you're not going to have a dog in this fight. I'm sorry. You can bring up as much as you want to, but you're not going to change my mind, because I've been in government. I know how government works. The Freemasons are strong and powerful enough to do whatever they want. Guys, come on, man. I mean, there may be a handful of Freemason chapters open in around the different countries that there are. In the 1950s and 1940s, if you wanted to advance your career, you got into Freemasonry. You got into Freemasons, because that's where all the elite thinking people were basically the Freemasons of then. I mean, we're the free thinkers talking about free thoughts. And that's all the Freemasons were free thinkers. And, there were chapters all over the United States. Every city had their Freemason chapter, and all of the stalwarts of the city were there, and they would talk about important things in secret, and they could get some stuff done, and it's just the way things got done back in the day. And then the 70s happened, and the 80s happened, and Freemason chapters closed and closed and closed. Nobody's a Freemason anymore. Nobody. I've got Knights Templar crosses here in my town in Muxia that are fascinating. They've been the old church here, Epic in Muxia, Spain, was a Roman bank, basically, where they kept the gold and the gold standards and everything, and this was a pretty active port, so there was a lot of trade happening. So they built a big old solid building here to to store the treasure and to do the finances of trade. And then, of course, it was Roman temple built in too. And then you have every generation that came took over it, and then here come the Templars, and they chiseled a Templar cross on the inside of it, and on the outside of it to sanctify it, while it was still a pagan. It was a pagan building, a pagan temple. So they put they chiseled a Templar cross on the outside, and to sanctify it in their own way. And then, of course, they were able to finally take it over, and then they chiseled their Templar cross on the inside, of course, facing east, facing west. The cross face the cross receives the sunlight, so it receives the sun from the east. It's facing east, but it's on the western wall. Who does sacrificial rituals anymore? Yeah, the Knights Templar are basically a banking system. Yeah. Yep, they were a banking system. But where, Absolute? Where are there Masonic centers of any kind? And how many old men go to their things? It's geriatrics. It's not the 20 and 30-year-old erudite. All right, guys. Look, I'm going to go fix some food. This Freemason conversation is ludicrous in my mind. And that's all I'm going to say about that. All right. The conversation thread will stay open, and I'm just going to cook some dinner, and I'll pop in later after this Freemason thing gets through the system. All right, guys. I'll be back in a little bit. Y'all can conversate about yourself about Freemasons. I'm not cutting off the conversation. I'm just getting out of it. And I will be back, and I will make sure to come back. I won't play any music. I'll come back and we'll take a vote to see if you want background music or not. But for right now, we'll just do this. Hey guys, I'm back. And yeah, absolutely, I'll streamline. Look, if I'm wrong about this, I'm wrong. I'm okay with that. Oh, sorry, my voice is wrong. Yeah, if if I'm wrong about this, uh, yeah, I'm gonna come back on a live session, and y'all can have a great time. Let me know how wrong I was. I have no problem with that. Part of doing a research project is not being right all the time. And this is what the Breadcrumbs Project is a research project. There's a lot of things that I have looked and found to be true, and there's a lot of things I've looked and found and I've been wrong. But for the most part, the big things that come along the way, I'm pretty good and right about it. And a lot of things I will take for granted that I have been wrong, and I own up to it. And the project is still here. But comets are made of rock and dust and not made of ice. So, I mean, that's good science right there. We have a great amount of information on these comets that are intersecting that are not being talked about. We have the Space Force. So there's so many other things that are happening that point to a grand event, that it's not just one or two things. All right? And I mean, so many of y'all. No, I didn't, because I banned him. So when I banned him, Epic, all of his comments went away. So I went and tried to find it, but after banning, all your comments get taken off the site. So I didn't get a chance to see it. I'm so sorry. I went looking for it hard before I came out to come on a lot sooner. So no, I missed it. Talk about, I've never heard you brag about being right. If anything, you're too slow when you are right, I believe. That's fair criticism. Oh, no, not him. Who? Who, Epic? I'll go look. Going to my videos right now, guys. Sorry to put a delay in here, but no, I mean, there are just so many things that are happening that it's not just one event. So, you know, it's not just one thing that's happening. Why the 23rd? Because it's the end of Ramadan. Because the Muslim tradition has talked about so many things. Darkness, radiation. Going to look right now. I don't see it, Epic. I'll go on my next break. I'll go take a look. Is it under channel update? Is under the channel update, I need your help please video, or is it mystery of the moving sun? Spartan. Yeah, YY was blocked. Why was YY blocked? Because I'm not going to argue about things that have no movement here. I'm not going to bring any negative energy. This is a place where I come to present ideas and to have discussion. This is the Breadcrumbs Project. This is not YY's project. If he's going to come in and be rude, then he's going to have to leave. And Epic has been a great moderator, has put a lot of time and effort into this page, and then he has to spend 4 or 5 minutes. Then no. I mean, I'm not here to make money. I'm not here to make you people happy. I'm here to do science, and I'm here to bring important information. My facts don't care about your feelings. So if you're going to be rude, and if you don't have anything to contribute to the conversation, if you're just going to be a troll, especially a government troll, talking about banks and Freemasons, and I don't think this guy is really... I don't have time for any of that. All right. Let me go check this out. Epic. $10,000 likes. Dan H. Can you go for full screen? I can't do that. Absolute. Spoon Red. Lindman. Unix. I don't see it. I went to the link and I'm not seeing his comment. Thank God. All right. Do a screenshot and email me if you don't mind, Epic. Do a screenshot of his comment because I'm not seeing it. But anyways, do you have anything on these alien intentions? Yeah, as I said, tons of times, the aliens that are here right now that the U.S. government has admitted to are strictly doing like Star Trek, observing, watching with interest what we do, how we do it, and they've helped us a little along the way. But yeah, I mean they do their part, you know. Left some butter for your bread up on a bit on the list. Thank you. So no, we don't have to worry about radiation. An EMP is, oh, he's trying to downplay an EMP. It's going to be stronger than he can say. Guys, an EMP. God, if you've taken, if you've ever been in one of those big scanners, one of those big magnetic scanners, vroom, 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 those big tubey thingies, that is way more powerful than this EMP. Radio waves don't affect us. If it was a radio wave like a if it was a radio wave like a microwave, with heavy energy and focus, yeah, that'd mess us up. But an EMP, even a dramatically strong EMP, humans are going to be fine. We're going to be just fine. So it's not that big of a deal, guys. Even if it's a super strong EMP, an EMP is strictly a magnetic event. It's a radio event. I hope I'm making sense on that. And if it doesn't happen, great. We'll do some live sessions. We'll have some laughs. And we're going to be okay. But there's nothing really to worry about. And frankly, there's nothing much that we can do except protect ourselves by having enough food for a couple of weeks and enough, enough water just to take care of yourself. Oh, epic. Yes. Okay. I did briefly see that thing. That is brilliant. Yeah, darkness radiation. Yeah, I'm definitely not banning him. That's money. That's real. That's not like YY. And I'm sorry to play inside jokes with everybody, but we do the nature of what I talk about attracts trolls. I like a real troll, a real deal troll who's going to give us some, you know, crazy great stuff. But somebody being mean like YY and not, because this is a dialectic, okay? I'm not going to argue with anybody. I am not going to argue with you. I'm not going to argue with anybody. I will have a dialectic with you, which means I'm going to present my ideas and my facts. And if you're cool with it, you're cool with it. And if you've got a problem with something that I say, we'll bring up a great fact and some great proof that's going to make me say, wow, man, you got something there. But just saying Freemasons are mean and evil and they're just going to take over, they control the world. Well, I can just say, the same thing. Cats. Cats are mean and evil, and they've taken over the world. I've got proof of cats. You can't prove Freemasons do that kind of stuff. Yes, Epic, I got the email. Oh, that was priceless. That's great. That's worth framing, Epic. That is someone that's the real deal. That's why YY was not what this guy was. YY was a government troll. YY was a lightweight. I mean, he was just, we could see right through it. Epic sent me a real deal troll who, is off the chain, off the reservation. I appreciate that, man. And if we have different ideas, then let's discuss them in a dialectic sense. That if I make a good case, then you have to give credit to my idea. And if you make a good case, I give credit to your idea. And it's a dialectic. And it makes, yes. He's a few ice cubes short of a tray, as we would say in the States. So, let's grow in conversation. Let's grow in thoughts. And one of the things that, is pretty clear is that what is coming is beyond the 37 of us who are here talking about this. It's bigger than we can do anything about. And we really don't. Spartan, that is very true. They don't like it. There's nothing we can do but prepare ourselves. And the things that we can do to prepare ourselves, have a couple of weeks of supplies. And then exercise your spirituality, because fundamentally this is about your spirit. Those that are coming back, the Anunnaki, Nibiru, the creators of this planet, have infused humans with spirituality and maintain connectivity there. So if there's any doubt, any fear, don't exhibit it, don't talk about it. Take it inside. There's a couple people that have come. Who is it? Anyways, people come fearful. Don't. If you pray about this, if you pray about the event, you come to feel comfortable. You feel no fear. If you panic and you're thinking demons, and if you're thinking, they're coming to eat our souls and something, if something can do something to move a planet, then the petty things that you're thinking about Freemasons, about Bill Gates, I mean, it just doesn't matter. That doesn't matter at this point. If after the 23rd nothing happens, and at the end of the month, and Venus goes back to normal, because Venus is not normal, and these comments don't do anything, then we'll have a great conversation about it, and we'll have a big laugh. But if something does happen, you guys are at least prepared. JWB, bring it on. And JW, we're really focused on spatial events. We're really focused on what is going to happen in a spatial effect. So let's keep it in that way. Thomas, yeah, a couple of folks have been pointing out that, yeah, earthquakes, tsunamis, hurricanes, it's huge. Spartan, what do you mean you're facing the north and you can't see the moon? What do you mean, brother? Oh, hey, Corpus Christi, great place. I have a lot of friends that live in Corpus Christi, Thomas. Um, great place. JW, we should be aware that astronomers strongly believe that we are in a binary star system. It's extremely rare for our systems to not be binary. You are right. You are 100% right, JW. That is God's honest truth. Venus will go past the sun on June 3rd, and after that, it will be visible in the morning sky instead of the evening sky. Eric, I see Venus every morning. I mean, every evening. But no, I mean, it's not normal, Eric. The Venus that we see is not normal. If you see Venus now with a telescope, if you look at it with your eye, it's not a dot like it used to be. It's a shiny little thing. It's not normal. Um, yeah, JW. Um, your astrotheology is yeah. I mean, it's right there. But you are right. The reason they were able to find, and there's great documentaries on this. The reason that they were able to find, um, let's see, was it Uranus? Let's see, Venus. Let's see, Jupiter, Saturn, Neptune. The reason they were able to find Neptune is because the mathematical calculations that the astronomers in the 1930s were doing were saying that this is a binary star system, that there is a binary star. And with that fact, in the gravitational shifts that we have in our orbit, if there's a planet 9, a planet X, then over here there should be a planet. And the astronomers of that day went to look at that precise point, and they were able to find Neptune. That's how Neptune was found, because of the planet X binary star theory. And that's the kind of science that's not allowed to move forward. It's not a suggested possibility, JW. It's a mathematical reality. Yes, Nibiru is a planet of its own sun. But also remember that Nibiru they control their trajectory and their speed. So Nibiru is not just going on its own merry way. They have the ability to control its speed and trajectory. Google astrology. If you go to Google, that is one, and there are also other applications can tell you where the moon is supposed to be, where Atlas is supposed to be. But Google has a great little application to tell you where the stars and the sun are supposed to be, and it will use your GPS on your phone to align you. Spartan, you're not retarded. You're a friend and a welcome colleague in this group. So, um, let's see, where is the moon right now? So I am pulling out my trusty iPad, and I use Sky Guide, and it uses GPS, so I can go around, and I am going to look for moon. So we're supposed to have a thin crescent moon tonight, Spartan. That's probably why you can't see it. It's a totally thin crescent. It's the smallest moon that we're going to have. And for me, yeah, so it's a small moon, and I won't give you directions for it. Okay, artists, at this point, we can't say Nibiru has been proven to do anything. The only good solid documentation we have of Nibiru is the Sumerian tablets. I mean, that's it. So the Sumerians have the only documentation that we can talk about as far as Nibiru goes. Yeah, Thomas, all of this stuff is really weird. There's not a doubt about it, but it's under control. There's no Death Star, no. Yeah, we've had a massive shift. We've had a massive shift. The axial inclination is the reason for the seasons, Eric. You win today's internet. What's been decoded? Because we've had some Sumerian tablets decoded, but there are piles full. I mean, that have been found that have not been gone through and interpreted and documented. There are so many Sumerian tablets. I mean, geez, just the British Museum alone in London has, I mean, not even 10% of what they have in London has of the Sumerian tablets has been read and discussed. Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you that Nibiru is a Sag A. Absolutely. Alchemy. Wow, JW. No, there are some fascinating things happening in the sky right now. Fascinating, and that's what all of the eschatology say is that you have to look in the sky. The skies are going to give you the warnings, and that's what we have. I mean, we have severe and strong warnings. MRI. MRI. So if you've received an MRI, that's stronger electrical magnetic pulses than the EMP is going to give you. Hmm. All right, guys. Yes, MRI is a scanning machine, Epic, but MRIs use magnetic resonance imaging. So they push a strong magnetic force through you that it depends on the density of your body is what's received at the other end. So MRI is using magnetic resonance, and EMP is electromagnetic pulse. An MRI uses focused magnetism, and the MRI is going to be is spread wide. I mean, the EMP is spread wide. Excuse me. You don't feel anything. You'll feel the same of an EMP as you feel from an MRI. The same feeling, the exact same feeling. Peace, Thomas. Thanks so much. Give Corpus Christi all my love. I'm a Texan, so um, go big or go home. Yeah, MRI is an imaging technology. Eric, JW is right in what he is saying. JW is right. MRI has a device that captures the magnetic pulses. So there can be a magnetic camera. You don't feel anything during an MRI. You feel claustrophobia. You feel like you want to get out of that tunnel. But if you go in there with if you have a pacemaker, it'll rip that pacemaker out of your heart and put it into yeah, it's the Vino, and put it into the side of the MRI machine. The amount of magnetism that's going through an MRI machine is shocking. Yeah, conspiracy realist. It's claustrophobic and it's a loud sound. And you are getting heavy, heavy magnetism pushed through your body, way more than the EMP. Jeez, Michelle, you fell super in the MRI. You're in an MRI tech stream. Well, so I think that's how we have to look at the EMP if and when it does come. It feels just like an MRI. And you feel nothing. You fall asleep. So yeah, I mean that this is what we have. We have observational science that we can do and notice things, and then we have the physical science that we can do, which is please at noon go measure your shadow and try to find out what time it is in reference to your shadow. Um, and if you have any kind of a telescope or having a telescope friend out there, ask to see if you can take a look at Venus, and that would help greatly as well. Wow, 1340 subs. It is quite the responsibility, but we can do it. I think we've done a good job of of getting the message out there that if what's coming is coming as we think, then don't worry. And yeah, Spartan, I can see the two comets. If you see what Venus is now, the sparkling thing that Venus was, because 4 months ago Venus was just a dot. Venus was just a dot there in the sky, and now it's a little sparkly diamond thing. And if you look at that sparkly diamond thing and look just to the right, up into the right corner of it, you're going to see a green kind of sparkly thing. That green sparkly thing is Atlas. That's Comet Atlas. And then if you look at the night horizon to the bottom left of Venus, then you're going to see Comet Swan. And these two guys are going to intersect over the northern hemisphere above where we can see Venus, or where Venus is supposed to be, and then whatever's going to happen is going to happen. Either something or nothing. Yeah, I mean, come on, guys. There's so many strange things happening. Spartan is right. Venus has become a great light, which no one can explain. And if you take a DSLR shot, if you look at Venus through a DSLR, oh, it just looks insane. Like it's never looked before. Sirius, the Sirius system, it looks bizarre. Yeah. Conspiracy realist. Atlas left above is the blinky one. That's right in front of your window every night, conspiracy realist. Yeah, it's the blinky bit. The comets will be visible for the remainder of the year, fellas. JW, what is going to happen when the two electrical fields of epic, you caught it too. So, JW, what happens when these two comets intersect? No. The sun does no, it won't do any sucking. First of all, Atlas and Swan have so much kinetic energy that they're moving over 100,000 miles per hour. So they will do their gravitational assist, get the gravitational assist, and continue on their journey. But Eric, don't tell me I can't see Atlas. I see it every night. Conspiracy theorist sees it every night. And Venus does not turn into a big planet like we see right now. Not even close. See, that's the thing. That's copy and paste. That's copy and paste stuff right there. Because the actual, what we see is not the copy and paste science that's coming from NASA and JPL. Yeah. Artist is right. There are 6 active comets. If you look at your night sky, you can actually see in the northern hemisphere 4 of these 6 active comets. Yeah. Yeah, conspiracy realists, we've seen it. Oh no, that's not how an EMP works at all. An EMP is an electro. It's a radio event. So it's just not going to hit here and then we're done. No, it's in a radio event. It's going to hit the Earth. It's going to go through the Earth. Okay, and it's going to travel through the Earth and come out the other side. This is a radiomagnetic event. That's why MRI is so good. It goes through all the body. Okay, an MRI doesn't just stop here and then pass. No, the magnetism of the resonance of that giant resonance is what happens. So it will go. It won't just hit one side and everybody's good. No, it's a radio event. It hits the entire planet if it does. Oh, Michelle, that would be great. Hey, Jen, welcome back. Yeah, you're right, Epic. It's regurgitating. That's definitely regurgitating. Eric, you're regurgitating NASA stuff. Eric, you've got Comet Atlas videos on your YouTube? Wow. What satellite did you use, brother? What satellite did you use to get your own video? Because the only video you're getting of YouTube is independent people who are doing their own videography of Comet Atlas, and NASA tells us and JPL tell us it's just debris. It's fragmented, it's dust. So how is anybody supposed to take video and pictures of dust? Epic, you and I do think alike. Yep, Jen, we're still on course for the MP around the 23rd. Nothing has changed it. Yes, conspiracy. You can send me an email to my email address here, the Breadcrumbs Project. Breadcrumbs. There's many breadcrumbs. Breadcrumbs Project. Please send me any emails. Anybody, you're free to use it. Yeah, NASA, never a straight answer. Emperor, you are right. Your own camera. Okay, so if you have videos, Eric, your own videos, your own telescope, your own camera, then what NASA is telling you is not what you are seeing with your telescope. But Eric, please, 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 can you please take some shots of Venus tonight? Please take some video of Venus tonight for me. For all of us. Take a look at Venus, and what do you see? That's the thing. Eric, it never broke up. What do you see with Venus, Eric? Does it look normal through a telescope? No, and Comet Atlas never broke up. That is an absolute fabrication. Because we can see it clearly in the sky now. If it broke up, we couldn't see it. But what do you see, Eric, with Venus? Thank you, JW. Yes. Venus has pretty much a pentagon shape to it. Thanks, phones. Yeah, I mean, I want the truth, and everybody has their part of it. How long do you estimate that the EMP will take to affect us? I'm guessing within a day or two. A day. I'm saying within a day. So when the EMP happens out there, generate light, then it'll generate sound, and then the EMP will hit us. And the EMP, we will not feel it. The humans, animals, the plants, they won't feel it. It will just be the sensitive electronic equipment with circuit boards that will feel it. My email address is thebreadcrumbsproject, it's long, at gmail.com. Breadcrumbsproject@gmail.com. Thebreadcrumbsproject@gmail.com. Yeah, Venus is not Venus, people. Venus is not Venus. Venus is where it's supposed to be, but it's not a planet anymore. It's something else. Anybody that films it, that zooms up into it, it is geometric in shape. And then when you do a telescope, when you look at it through a telescope, when I look at my telescope, it used to be like a little dot way out there, and now it fills my telescope, and I can move my telescope around, and I'm looking all over Venus. It's not normal. JW, I want you to look at Venus and please take some shots and email them to me. I don't want words anymore because words are copy and paste and regurgitating. I need picture proof. Yeah, imaging with a telescope is like watching paint dry. Venus is a planet, Eric, but what we're looking at is not Venus. Phones, I'm kind of with you. Yeah, it's interesting. All right, guys, I am going to be wrapping my video portion up. I will leave the chat open. Eric, I don't need binoculars. I've got a telescope. Here, hold on. I mean, yeah, it's not expensive. It's not the most expensive scope, but it does the job. And Venus fills my scope up so that when I look at Venus, I can do this with my telescope and see all around what is supposed to be Venus. I shouldn't do that with a scope this size. Venus should be like it's always been, a little dot. It shouldn't fill up my whole telescope. I like it. It does a great job. But Venus fills it up, Eric. It's not normal. So, Eric, if you could take a look at Venus tonight, if you could catch some shots and email them to the Breadcrumbs Project at gmail.com and say everything looks normal to me, then I'm cool. I don't mind being proven wrong. I want to be proven wrong on all these observations because I like my life. I don't want anything to change. But there's just too much happening that points to some kind of grand event. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Galileo is one of my heroes. I'm pleased with this one. This scope does great for me. This scope was $180. It is a Skyways 40,070. Skyways 40,070. It's a nice scope. It does everything I want. All right, guys, I will leave the comment thread up. And it'll be up all night. So Epic, whenever you want to wind down, and I don't think you can close the stream as a moderator. If you can, try. You can do it, but I'm just going to leave the stream up all night, and then come in the morning and do my part. I just feel the need to keep the communication system open, and go. I don't think Eric's that much of a troll. I think he's just doing a good job. All right. So yeah. JW is right. The Japanese telescope is really, really, really good. It serves. It's really good. We used it as children, and it is really good. All right. So, guys, have a great evening. I am going to leave the stream open, and I will catch up. I'm sure I'll catch up with you in the morning, Epic. Since we have the kind of the same hours over here in the European way. All right, guys. Great night. Good discussion. We got to bounce out some trolls, and we've done our thing. We've done good science here. We've done good work. I don't know how much progress we've made, but I feel that we're all comfortable with what's coming, although we have different views. And I think we're all comfortable if nothing happens, either way. And I think that right there just proves that the work that the breadcrumbs does is good work. Salud. Dinero y amor. Do good things, think good thoughts, and say good words. Salud.